Hello there, or hello again. Well, no matter what will be the correct term, in all cases, I am back. As the title says, I will continue with Ace Attorney investigations, specifically the fifth case. Let me just make sure that the the game has started correctly and that I can present it here. Oh, it works. Ta-da! Well, so it is time to go back to business. Ace Attorney investigations. And continuing on to investigate, an international incident regarding the appearance of the great thief Yatagrasu, or at the very least an imposter, and a murder of a diplomat within one side of a twin variant of an embassy, formerly one, now split in two, and overall an interesting continuation of the very first case Miles Edgeworth had ever taken on. So, let's get back into episode 5, Turnabout Ablaze. And hopefully I am sufficiently I hope you can hear me well. I also hope that this will all work out. Sound balance is always a massive pain in the ass, I have noticed, and well, still haven't gotten my grip on it. So, yeah. Last time we have just investigated the murder of Maniko Shen. Our good friend Kei here was accused of murder, though we could not have solved the case back then. We did find some clues on what had happened, thereby proven that the murder weapon could not have been brought on the scene by her, and thereby, at least for now, managed to get her out of the fire, so to speak. However, now we will have to once again work with Francesca von Karma in order to, first off, even enter the embassy where the murder weapon had been taken from. So, let's talk with her, as well as Ambassador Paleno, I believe was his name, in order to establish the whole situation. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Ah, yes. Case 2, officer. A murder on a plane. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Bubbly's ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Bubbly's ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info. Francesca, as your subordinate, I am part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was well informed as well? Point taken. Well, I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhangfei. Counterfeit bills? Yes, as you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babel's special Babelis ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babelis ink from the real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Kershen was smuggling large amounts of Babelis ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggling ink. Yes, and while we are listing things, I may as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babelis embassy, we are looking into the Alabastian embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Where they're hidden? Yeah, where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Counterfeit bills data added. Well, I'm sure this will come bite someone in the ass. Ambassador Paleno, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador. On my honor. Wow! You are so sensational! You've really piqued my curiosity. I know there aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. Once again, coupons. No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? What exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babelis ink. It's made exclusively in Babel. So, this Babelis ink. We've made it from wheat crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. Well, that's a lot. Great, wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Oh, I just hit something. Yeah. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission. I didn't get permission to enter Alabast. So, we're going to gather whatever info we can over on the Babelis side, okay? Alright. I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Miss Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush over straight away, no matter where you are. Okay, doing that under such circumstances is considered to be illegal entry into a foreign nation. I'll let you know when the time comes. Well, it is March 14th. 8:17 p.m. on the Bastion Embassy. Ambassador's office. Hmm. And the Steel Samurai's here. What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? You... Gee. Oh, thank the heavens you're here. I'm in a really big pickle, your lordship. A raven, it appeared, both, and then disappeared, swoosh. And though I'm the Steel Samurai, my sword, it... I'm so confused, I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I'm Larry of House Butts. Married man of Neo, Tokyo, milady. Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud in a bind. And you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? A suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder. I see, that's quite a bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that you're so mean, Edgy? If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides your... Hold on. Larry? It was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Huh? Oh, you didn't notice earlier. I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on? Why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Uh-huh. So, this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Mask the second. Mask the second? Huh. Only Larry could get himself into another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry's not the type to commit murder. Still, it's rather daunting. It's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I take a peek? If I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So now you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... Yeah. It's Officer Bad. Agent Lang. Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bat. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Atagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case a card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bat knows the Yatagarasu's M.O. very well. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bat, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If I can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I'm in your debt, Detective Bat. So, the initial investigation. And about the murder of Damask II. Would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask II, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in the room. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai. He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reason you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take the seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, Batman was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at the time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney. That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? And that begins once again. This time not after an hour, but 19 minutes. What is the reason for all of this yawning? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's office. So, as There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. There must be the counterparts to the Babalese knives. Which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Koshin. Well, that is something to investigate, though. If I am right here, one of those blades will bear the wrong insignia. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these knives are counterparts to the Babalese knives. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Koshin. What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. And this means that an alabastrian knife did find its way into Babal. But how? That is a very good question. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display here. Of course she would wonder that. That's the steel samurai's primary weapon, the samurai spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh! When you hold it, you just wanna live life like BAM! You do well to watch what you say, Larry. The spear's curvy even has the same one as his hairline. Although, it is just as Larry said. The spear is quite a symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point into your opponent? I'm entirely convinced this spear is up to that task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make one for you. To make you one, okay. But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about the spear. Well, I guess I'll have to return to that. What is that plant supposed to be? Francesca, can't you see that's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You're deluding yourself if you think that you have any control over that. I can spot absolutely no difference between this Primidarch statue and Babal's. Statue's face looks a bit like a costume. The statue's face looks a bit like that costumed hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least, I don't suppose so. Do I have something of note here? There was the exact same statues sitting in that Beverly's office were examined. It's the Primidoc statue. It was a national treasure of the Principality of Cordopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabast and Babal claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Well, both statues claim to have the real one. Only Ambassador and Secretariat can touch him. I may inspect some additional things here. There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives in the bubbly side. But I can't see any of the details from this distance. Yes, but I was already closer to it. It's a Primidoc statue. There was one of these on the bubbly side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Cordopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. But both Alabast and Babal claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim. What an incredibly childish fight to have. Yep, and I have a bit of a feeling that neither may be real. The counterpart to the Bubbly's butterfly is the alabastrian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babal? Francesca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then. Let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without a butterfly that spreads their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francesca, why can't you just admit I had something there? So this is the victim, the mask is second. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about the mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So, this thief is separate from the other Grasso? I thought they were for a while, because their ammo and targets were different. The mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Let me just get something. I'll be back in a minute. Right. Yes, this game's weirdly draining effect on me is back, so once again I had to get something against it. Also, I was running out of water here. Good. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about the mask. That's alright. All I'd probably hear tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started, shall we? So, what do we have where? There's not a single shred of fashion sense in the mask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold. Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out, the mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in a fool's clothing to act foolishly. We've got your point about three foolishes back, Francesca. What is he holding? Looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primidoc statue in this room. What is this supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say that this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. As to who's that person that requested the theft of the Primidoc statue? Curious indeed. Oh, this is a murder weapon in this case. There is blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What did you expect? A Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it a secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of his sword is a Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Yeah, probably a good idea, but now for the big part. Who do we have here? And can I know? So, I thought that the mask had quite a business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Ka-Shi-Nu. He's 29 and wanted on lost any charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy is the real mask, till the second. Cause of death appears to have been blood loss from the back of his head. It seems he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Well, that doesn't quite fit with the sword and all of that, or did I misread anything into the whole bladed weapon thing? Two gorgeous flowers. Ah, in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers. That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Wait, what did it say about them? Ah, okay. Jake's holding him. It's a fireplace. And by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. The person shaking hands with this, with a Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. A Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly, there is a depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience for this show of costumed actors? I'm sure this will be rather important later on. Well, the photo, not necessarily the Steel Samurai per se. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling Grove Log. It's finally sprouted today. Funny, it doesn't look like important work to me. You did some investigating over in the Barbalese embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Langsy says, a wolf who claims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you requires, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. Huh. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say? Seeing as how I'm currently handling 2 cases. Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Is that a fact? But no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much. Not really anything more, so either Logic or Larry. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it that 2 of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Ow! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find our king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Laurice Dornim now? That's Dorsnim, Laurice Dorsnim. Dornim. Or Dornim? Oh, what? Laurice Dornim. Get that straight to your head, Edgy. Ow, 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 ow! I remember, you're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you've got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Laurice business. Besides, when Barjolina left me and my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked into my life. She's so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your 9 brethren Makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a sea samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew you'd know what I mean, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood. A simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Concentration much on my end, it appears to not really be existent. Annoying. Excuse me for that. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey! Don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we're talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out the key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine, however. I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. I will take... it'll take more than that to loosen my lips. Yeah, a lot more. Confess now. Oh, okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know that wintry custom of... Oh, you know that wintry custom and the legendary hero. Legendary? Hero? Santa Claus. Santa Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. Huh. And I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know. He did graduate from junior high, you know. You should also understand this. Santa was real. He would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. A Croat! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as the prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man. What's wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it will be... Let's start with the fact that it will be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes in December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No. Hey, wait a second. We are not in court. Well, his ideas are ours, but he is the butts after all. Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that? Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. Well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You wanna talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard I killed someone. Shock it! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for a foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe in. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me. I just knew our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Well, the big question now is, where's the logic behind something I need to present? And also, I just noticed that statue got turned. Right now it is facing, well, towards where this camera is pointed, while in this camera it faces the door. Well, he really likes that spear, so why didn't he draw it correctly? Oh, hey, it's a Steel Samurai! I want you to answer this for me, Larry. And, depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai, that was up there on stage, was it really you? Yep, sure was. Larry, you? The Samurai Sushi Slash. I was moved by the performance of this man. This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this. Well, despite this being completely different from what I expected, that was, yeah, definitely interesting. Larry, about the spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! Although I thought there was something strange about the spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a look at... I should stop dropping stuff. Now take a look at this which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. Yeah. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry. When I hold a spear in my hand, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then, during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam! I hit the wall. Yeah, unbelievable. This is an embassy. But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time, on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just useless. I'm just a useless, hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, sir. It was some field trip, and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that. I mean, what you did. I mean, what you said earlier about spinning a spear and hitting a wall. Oh, that is no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Yaji, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it a samurai spear. But it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. I said so. Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. Hmm. I truly despise my body up every once in a while. Right now, fact that I can't really concentrate on anything. Hmm. Well, I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. Hmm. Well, that's a rather interesting thing. If this thing is, well, too fragile to be used as a spear, I wonder if, with enough gusto, it would still be usable as a murder weapon. I also noticed, I guess this is the last case here, considering I am not prompted to find any, well, discrepancy anywhere. Yet I need to do exactly that. And yet I cannot rightfully do so. Let's see with this. As I mentioned, it seems to have been turned, so this may very well be of importance. Hmm. Hmm. Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Miss von Karma. The apparent joy of the ambassador's face as he shakes that top knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only the ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing the fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo and now is facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Well, at least if we have our time frames correct. Well, Alabast's Primidoc statue has been updated. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Yo, Pink Princess, how are you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. If there were more of you right now, I would ask you to make some predictions. But considering that we heard about someone hearing a hip creak, I wonder if below this mask we have Wendy Oldback. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Miss Pink Princess, Yep, it's Wendy Oldback. Me? Would you please answer me? Heh. This is what we must call fate. How could this happen? 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldback? Why are you surprised? Ah, so you're the one who they got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You are acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes. We worked at the same company for a little while, you know? That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. Yeah. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. I was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I've misjudged you, edgy poo. You misjudged him. Oh, I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. Just a moment. Yeah. Okay, now it may be better. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Chipu. I'd chase you forever to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francesca and I actually see eye to eye. Now, Venom, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago! That was yesterday. Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning. Kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you. Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess has collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. They may not have enough people on staff at that studio. I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in front of the media to be exactly the last second and then through the zone second shooting and the audience uproar, but because of it, they're actually a bunch of simpletons. You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received a stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it! If you need to see it, I've got it right here, look. It appears that she is telling the truth. Once again yawning. Does it have to do with speaking old people? Or am I simply starting to yawn from talking too much? Well, I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears is the laugh of laughter, if I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? Ah, but now that you are here, Edgy-Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy-Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy-Poo, don't be so dismissive and playing hard to get. I see and I understand what that means, I believe. Larry! Really? Well, it appears I cannot look into my stuff. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I have had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, A murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Itchy Poo. I'm so scared. Hold me, Cassie. You could please not cling to my personage. Well, she did hold it. In that case, him. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Ah, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? I hate it. Why am I tired? Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave the room is rather pleasing. Prosecutor von Karma, I've brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for Diatarasu. Well, I will need to go around for 1 or 2 minutes, I guess. Otherwise, this will be a complete waste of time right now. I'll be back soon enough. Maybe I'll even find something worthwhile to bring with me, but for a minute or two at least, I need to just get swinging in order to somehow get my, body out of this I can't even think straight, it seems. So, yeah, I'll be back in a minute. I'll try to get a bit of a move back on so I don't, fall asleep here. Right. Okay. Hopefully this will have worked. In order to assist with this, I got myself a caffeinated beverage as well. Well, hopefully at least this will have some form of effect. However, all that remains to be seen. At the very least, it may or may not help me in order to, well, get my groove back, so to speak, in order to, well, speak. While, even though I would need to, well, I could at least swap games, I really didn't intend to do so. So, overall, back to business in the hopes that I can now stream for a bit longer and present it all without, well, falling asleep and without blundering through every sentence I get in front of me. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country too. Ruff, waff. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. Hmm. Where's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of? I think his name is Mr. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know? Now, Missile. I want you to find some clues. Go! Ruff! And that's something. Good dog. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? Hmm. Just a moment. So, I forgot to close something that could have made unnecessarily large amounts of noise. What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Francesca, isn't that an official samurai dog? Ah, no, bad mister. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat subside and snack featuring the steel samurai. I'm sure he'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. It looks like the snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, and what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba may have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. Doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. Well, if it was in these areas here, the only person who could have it may be a certain Miss Oldback. Also, yep. That is Larry's notoriously bad hand dryer thing, where even my hand dryer thing is better. This could say Wendy, but I'm rather sure it says Mindy, considering that Wendy Oldback did jump in. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Hatchy Poo, what's the meaning of this? Huh? Why did you steal things from my bag? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? Come on now. Why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry my shirt. But I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know. Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You're too cruel, Edgeworth. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? Tall words for someone who lost their pupils or from stress. And she is going on again. This time, however, I'll not attempt to do this because currently I have to permaban someone. So, I guess this time I was one of the earlier ones to get spotted by those annoying bots, considering that it apparently should have popped up in the chat on a regular site. Let me just check something. Okay, apparently I don't find anything of greater note right now regarding this. But yeah, once again, some of those targeted advertising bullshit things attempted to get me, or maybe someone else, in order to spend money on falsifying follower data. I may only have single-digit viewers. Honestly, less than I can count on one hand in most cases. But any form of falsifying viewerships is not only something that can get you banned here on Twitch, but also something that I completely despise. So, neither do drugs nor interact with those assholes that are just here to sell their bullshit that will get you banned. But back to business. Don't deserve you, but I can't help it. Will you marry me? Honestly, men these days. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from one to the next room. I assume the samurai dog was also yours? Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues. But I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course, I'm forever yours, my edgy poo. Edgy, wedgy poo. If you could just stick to what I ask you. Edgy? Are you and Miss Oldback? No! You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boy. We are supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dog to the embassy staff as per your instruction? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you going to stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me. Oh, I tried one, and I thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just couldn't. But I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for for a kids show, the taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, that's it. What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one, the rest are all for me. Honestly, from all I know about her, I didn't expect that Wendy Oldbeck could get more obnoxious than she already was. Apparently, apparently, either I misjudged the height of that ceiling, or that is a very modular ceiling. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Sealed Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Well, still, that is troublesome. Well, first off, can I pet the dog? And then, can I feed the dog? And if feeding is bribing, can I bribe the dog? Right. He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinate, continue with the investigation. Alright, I will. It is with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve this case. Let's see, have we logic in this? Well, I'd say the smoking chimney and the used fireplace from Wendy may be related to each other. At the very least, well, that's better than expecting the arsenal from the other side to have caused the smoking chimney. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. No, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Why do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So, what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbeck's fire. So basically, the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? It's very much a possibility. Precisely. I guess this would also imply that when all of this here went down, most likely there was a connection regarding. Well, I still don't know what Wendy Oldbeck did with her shirt in order to have it flung into the chimney connection, but those two are most likely related, which may very well also be the reason how the person Kay chased on the other side of the embassy managed to escape, or maybe how that fire got, well, how that big blazing fire that engulfed the entirety of this office may have been started. So, let's try. The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Why are you getting all excited over holding on to a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong, this is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Miss Hall found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. Her fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's Natch. Natch there. There's an X on the back wall of this fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What in the... wall separating the fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring one. A neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. The fact that there is a secret passage through this room's fireplace. We now know that that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is this of significance? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as the mask two's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with the Mask 2's murder. It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Well, I suppose we also found some extremely important info. First off, there's a very, very high chance that someone who rapidly attempted to leave the premises here may have turned this wall completely around, thereby accidentally swapping what Wendy seems to have put in a very precarious position over into this room. And on the other hand, if truly the entire embassy, the entire duality of embassies, is built symmetrical, well, that would also imply that we know how potentially a killer may have entered the Secretariat's office. Oh no, was it the... No, it wasn't the Secretariat's office, it was the Ambassador's office. And also how that fire was placed. Maybe even the fire may very well have been an accident. After all, if there is fire in one of those fireplaces, I can only imagine that it would make quite a mess if you try to turn these walls. Very well then. If you are prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good. I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there's still something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you. I should just hurry and die already, if that's how it's gonna be. I confess to every murder in the whole world, and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you caused an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy? Although, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. And that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time, this time, I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did on that roof tonight. And that's gonna be an absolute assortment of chaos. After the show, I left the pushcart in the Rose Garden and came to the embassy. Then they took pictures of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted a chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you to not lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command you to hurry and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. Okay, yeah. So here I left the pushcart in the rose garden. Hold it there. You left the pushcart. Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yes, so the wheels on the pushcart get covered in dirt from the rose garden. It would made a mess on the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said just leave it. Well, it would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy. And what was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some dogs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came into the embassy, right? And then I took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabas, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there. Are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I am feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is it with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing, and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies. So let it go and move on. Well said. Alright, lady. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know. I get it. I'm totally a bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Langxi says, true friends are bosom friends. You are in trouble. Call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy. I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. As it crossed your pea-sized brain, yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry. Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? That's when I spotted a chimney. A chimney like this is a rare... a chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. Bum bum bum. I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed. Especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney. It may sound kinda silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a good feeling about that chimney. So then I wanted to play Santa, and decided to give it a try. You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh well, actually I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was down at God Lake. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, is it worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal? Well, I guess it is on account of him not really having reason to do so, but instead having other motives. Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your body isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit a nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, edgy! That's incredibly mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was delivering a present to child not basking in the warm glow of love? That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But a lie's still a lie. You know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that. In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present on to most certainly is this. Well. Huh. So that's what this guy looks under the mask. The mask. Well, I don't have Mindy, so... Because I do not yet because I do not have any suspect named Mindy, I say he tried to deliver, well, to Wendy Oldbeck. Though he didn't mean to. Take that! Interesting taste you have, there, suspect. Don't spread lies about me. Totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbeck so much that I'd go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have a want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression, then what? Define wrong impression. simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. Well, that would be this love letter.
Take that!
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way, but it's not really all that important, is it? It's always like this. You're acting high and mighty and then you bully me. That's why I refuse to look at it. Be quiet and just take a look. Well, if you say so, Francie. But only because you say so. Some people never change, even if their attitudes do change at the whim of a woman. So what's up with it anyway? Why, it's proof that you never even knew existed, of course. That's all. Well, I don't need it right now, so I'll just give it back to you. What? Heh, I've got you on the ropes now, don't I? What a piece of... What? I mean... Huh? Literally, that is proof that... let me guess. First, I need to find a piece of evidence that says that it was not Oldback, and then I need to use this in order to confirm who he wanted to find. Well, I could just... Yeah, it's this here.
Take that!
This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, this guy. He's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me me out to be some sort of bad guy? To turn to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Through the roof and... Hey, Edgy. Looks like I've got a hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! You see what's going on here? And it looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Long she says, until the roots of the tongue dry, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything's out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that, should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Larry's assertion. So, you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up onto the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity. That mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Apparently, considering all that has transpired, everyone's speechless. Hey, someone say something! Yeah, honestly, I should have kept quiet myself. Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I am the devoted type of woman. I am the edgy, but I fetch your gun in the yeah, I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. Luckily for us, we can easily confirm. So, what was that old bag tirade about? But you should warn, wrote me under devoted type who solely focused on one man at that and only one man. And as long as Edgy's alive, I can I can't just drop him to be unfaithful. No, I can't over earlier. I was tempted a teeny weeny by that wolfman, but it was just a test of my love to dear Edgy Poo, which I pass with flying colors. For now on, I will stay completely true to my beloved Edgy Poo for the rest of eternity. I swear. I'm so yeah. She more or less confessed to being a stalker. Well, this is it seems. Oh no, let's continue. I believe there is nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you've still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? Evidence is everything in court, you idiot. You mean, evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. See? Yeah, see? I'm totally pro at that. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Oh, I really need to go through that first. I think I want to do this. What is it? Well, I have been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then for what other reason do you wish to go down that chimney? You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy. Thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect. I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it, that badly, I can introduce you to. But it's not good to keep him waiting. My subordinate, hurry and show them already. Lies, all lies, Edgy. Well, If you wish to lie, then by all means continue. Because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice. Yeah, you won't get the better of me. Now, let's see. Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up onto the up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick? You bet, it was so thick I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess. I see. You do realize you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade? What? That's totally unfair. You tricked me, Edgy. Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique. Well, what I just said was a slip of the... No, I mean, I said the wrong thing. Besides, isn't this what you really meant to say about what I did tonight? It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady. Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms? I should think that the samurai is the one who should know all about your charms. What? Me, Edgy? What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. Simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife. Aw, is my poor little Edgy Poo jealous? If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant. But Edgy, I told you I already have Mindy. Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of woman would you say she is? Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who the Mindy is? The Mindy is... She's just what her name means. She's super sweet, with a great smile. I didn't mean to brag, but she's one of the troop's fastest rising stars. Interesting. So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late for the speech? Of course you too. Curse you too. Why is everyone out to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech. And to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant.
Hold it!
I suppose you may be correct in a small way. What do you mean by that? Besides being a suspect in a murder case, there are a few other things that you are suspect of. Not you too, Francie. You tried to stalk me, but I won't let you intimidate me like that. Look, I already told you, Miss Oldback. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Can I just arrest this guy already? I completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang. Wait, please. Listen to what I have to say. If you have a serious assertion to make, then I'd consider listening. However, no problem. I'm gonna put all I've got into this. So listen good, okay? But why would I ever put myself into so much humiliation on purpose? Larry, this is the final point you wish to make. You got it. I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul. In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Huh? Yes. We'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to a fine powder. A fine powder? Yay. If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what is coming, right? In place of the Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you. Larry, come out from behind there and face this like a man. You are scary, my liege. This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he's why he has bothered to put himself through all of this. Once again, annoying tiredness is hitting me. So shake it off, walk around. The wonders of a wireless headset are definitely evident here. So I hope my audio quality won't be too wonky on this, because right now I'm not sitting at my desk. I think also... Oh, right. I'm back at the start and... Let me just fling us through it. Let's see. Well, this is the only thing he wanted to do. It appears like, yes, he really did only want to visit Mindy there. So I guess that this at that point is the contradiction. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! What are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Well, isn't this just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? I've no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. Look. Yawning all my heart out. This game really seems to be a bit on the haunting side to me when it comes to somehow being drained. You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. Well, the thing that pointed it out is his extremely bad handwriting up there. Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons, since that is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. He wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. So embarrassing. There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? We're the best, aren't we? For punching. But that will have to wait until we are off of this crime scene. Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure. If you are willing to make amends starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake. Someone is out there to get me. They made that fake letter to set me up. Accept your defeat graciously. Just a moment, I'll put something away. Maybe I'll shake myself more awake. Okay, I'm back and hopefully I will finally be able to at least somewhat think straight here. But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have a certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting, compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. And please, dear samurai autograph. This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So, he finally confesses. I saw a pink princess being carried around on a stretcher and I got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind. It jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way, she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't a killer. I told you to trust me. Because at the very least I can attest to that about you. Edgy, you are... We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ouch. In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to a crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet. So don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Oh, hey, what? Edgy, what does that wolfman mean when he says I'm not on the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of a suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there is no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on the spice. Eek! Just a little moment. Edgy! That guy, he looks like he's serious about to bite my... he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware. And you should be as well. That this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of a lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand. And a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I can easily point out the contradictions in the supposed murder weapon. The real problem is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this is one game I can't afford to lose. Okay, well, Larry, let's see what the Lang has to say. I was the one who found the body of the victim, the masked second. Beside him was a samurai sword glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the steel samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus I found a murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are long-time friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence. You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. Come on! I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. Yawn. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. I was the one who found the body of the victim demasked a second. Oh yeah, I wanted to press it all.
Hold it!
So, you're the first to discover the body in this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You'd better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier, Kay was the first to discover the body in Babal. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Huh. So, are you going to use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoveries of bodies. But in the Babali's case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, this one is a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is. Besides him was a samurai sword glistening red and offering a scent of blood. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering the scent of blood. I have to spell it out for you. I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the tests, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. A sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. It's pretty, but it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with a sword. Beaten to death, huh? Those last statement is too important to just let slip by. Can I hold it again? Oh, his sword was covered in the victim's blood. Yeah, the lab results confirm that the blood on the victim is. Yep. But the sword says dull as a vanilla envelope. It's just a stage prop after all. A steel samurai is about the safety first, so you can't use it like a real sword. The steel samurai has spoken. The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity. Anyway, my point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. Therefore, I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. About the samurai sword, I've received a report from forensics yet. They confirmed that the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of the wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. Guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning, if it's possible, he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good, let's continue. It was supposed to be in the in the Sea Samurai's dressing room, but I found it in here instead. Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here and I left it behind by accident. So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie? But I forget stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him. Why don't you tell him yourself? You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth. And yet you offer it up as fact. You're a worse person than I originally thought. I do absolutely despise my current situation here with my overall tiredness. Well, I guess even though this will most likely completely destroy my sound balancing, I will continue this year and try to swap over, well, at the next time I get a good point for a break, which hopefully may not be that long. With the current trajectory and all of that, I suppose the next point may or may not be at the end of this year. And, well, I guess I should, well, try something else then in order to keep awake. My curiosity, after all, is sadly not quite enough in order to perpetually keep me awake. Well, you're free to think or what you like. However, I know that Larry's not a killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough. Plus, I found a murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too.
Hold it!
Just because he's the owner of the weapon, henceforth he must be the killer, is it? No. Climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well. Regarding that, I have already drawn the truth out. And the truth is one thing I don't bend. It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever. You prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in. An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at? Sorry, sis. But there are only two things I trust. My subordinates and the evidence at the crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors. But as long as he trusts evidence that has been left at the crime scene, and there's something I can show him that he can believe in. It's simply not possible that the samurai sword is the real murder weapon. So I should focus on proving that point to Agent Lang first. Let's check on my evidence in that case, for this one in particular. Good day. Also, yes, my day is more or less running good. And let's see. Where was it? It is assumed the samurai sword is the murder weapon in this case. But we have our doubts here, considering, and this is the important part. I believe the samurai spear may be the evidence related to this. Reason for this is in the simple and rather notable fact that this thing is bent to hell and back. According to the suspect in our case here. Oh, also thanks you for following. Yeah, according to the suspect in this case right now, it appears that the props used on stage are meant to be easily broken, like, well, the spear, in or on account of, well, safety standards, among other things. So, the hollow spear has been bent extremely hefty. And if we assume that the same basics are applied here to the other props, then the samurai sword would most likely not be well, solid enough in order to truly bludgeon someone to death without at least showing some signs of use in, well, similar cases to that spear. I may be completely wrong here, considering how those games oftentimes go, but I'd say I tried. Well, I may be correct here. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to we used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. Of course, Francesca would think that. I think the whip is a slightly different category. So, what's your point? Are you going to tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall at this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver damaging blows. Let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Yeah. Oh, hey! Sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of the better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I get such an earful from the director of a play for not doing it in the show. The samurai special move was changed tonight because of him. Tuh. Well, we got an update. Ouch! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back to this topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss von Karma. As you know, unlike your father, I'm not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. No one should be conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There's nothing more important to this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed the masked second without bending it. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, come on. Why did it once again click me out? Yeah, So, what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course. What I need is evidence he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. While Larry, Part 2. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone, and under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So, isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? That sounds like I may need to press further. How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous fury? As long as I want. Because we examined every corner within the walls of the embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is the sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned. Is that a fact? If you got something to say, then say it. In the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it crystal clear for you. I believe we may need to press the no stone left unturned part of it, because that is the point where, well, exceptions to the rule need to be applied. However, I will press everything since I don't lose anything for it. I'm not here to speedrun, I'm here to experience after all.
Hold it!
May I inquire as to how you to be able to make such a claim, Agent Lang? Langsy says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension. A mysterious creature is man. Rather than man is Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing, even with a toy-like sword. It's easy to kill a man if you hit just the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it.
But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing the wound, if the wound matches the sword. I know that. And as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it is. I can proclaim it as much as I like. And under these circumstances, the only logical conclusion, define logic. But you must know that your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be. And you call yourself a professional. You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible murder weapon. In this room, there's only one thing left. It's going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now. You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon.
Hold it.
The only place you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. And here we are at the gamble position. But I will press the rest prior to that. Perhaps I should wait and see how this plays out for a little bit longer. Agent Lang, if you could be so kind as to continue with your testimony. So, isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? And what if you were to find a different murder weapon? Would that clear Larry's name? Really, I am once again unsure if I am properly heard over what happens, and if by the same metric the game is loud enough for everything to be heard. So, before any objection falls on deaf ears, if anyone notices something, please speak up. I can not really check for this myself during an active recording. Are you saying you can prove the possibility? Of course, and if you don't believe that, I can. Then I'll show you something to convince you. Evidence that you cannot refute. Sounds like fun, Mr. Prosecutor. Alright then, go ahead and show me what you've got. I can prove to you the possibility that the murder weapon is something else, but I cannot do so on my strength alone. Miles Edgeworth, what are you running straight into a quagmire for? I thought you said you were busy in pursuit of the perfect truth. And if that's the case, then show me this perfect truth if it exists at all. Don't worry, Thanks to you, I've already prepared myself to do just that. There's no need to thank me. I'm simply doing what any good superior would. I suppose you are. Very well then. I will show you the possibility of a different murder weapon. This here is the one and only blip of data where I can use it, based on exactly what's right now in the background.
Hold it!
The only place you could find blood was the samurai sword. That's right, even with Lumino. Which means there are no other possibilities that have been outlined. Well, I do believe we do have an objection to raise. There's something that at some point had been, well, moved. There's a very, very high likelihood. If you believe that there's no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. Because it's not possible for your men that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that the investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, that there's something your men couldn't have even laid a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then. I'll play along for now. This real murder weapon that killed the Mask II. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch, is this. The Alabaster Primodox statue. If we are to go closer, there's signs it had been moved around the time of the murder, and even more important, these statues are counted as a national treasure, and as a result, a direct result of that, there's no one allowed to touch them, except for a very select few. So, unless the pack of our wolf boy here outright force themselves upon it, which could lead to an international incident, then they wouldn't have touched it. Which also means that there is a real possibility of two ways there where it could have hidden blood. Point one, the blood hidden in it or on it could be on the underside. And the other side option, considering that luminol would be a chemical that would have been needed to be spread upon it, is that they simply never put any chemicals on it, as in, well, on account of it being a national treasure, which nobody, and especially no random chemicals, are supposed to touch. So, let's present it.
Take that!
The National Treasure of Alabaster. You mean the Primodox statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabaster and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Si says, just go already. Yes, sir. And thereby we have just kicked someone in the proverbial balls. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission to examine the Primidoc statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know. Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry and examine the statue already. Huh. That's a curious thing for him specifically to say. Lang was rather adamant in not going with any. I think a prosecutor suggested the entire time. And yet he is here now with that. But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! Also, once again a reminder. If there's anything wrong with the audio quality or anything else, write it in the Twitch chat. I can do my best to, if possible, remedy any complications, but, well, not exactly possible to do so if I don't even know about them. Also, was there just two more people in my, in my audience? And suddenly they're gone already. Don't they like my voice? I've heard it, well, it's probably a lot worse with bad audio balance, so... Well, I continue for now. No reason to get hanged up on it. It's all in the training after all. But yeah, back to it. Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a luminal chemiluminescence test on the statue. A luminal test? You're thinking. If the statue is a murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay! Let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you've hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real murder weapon that killed the Mask II. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill the Mask II, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real murder weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. Well, let's examine it. Upon closer inspection, he really does look a lot like a Steel Samurai. Hey, maybe that's why they chose him to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I actually can't discredit that hypothesis. Or maybe the people at this embassy just really like the Steel Samurai. That is absolutely preposterous. I don't think it's that unlikely. We mustn't go around denouncing people's opinions. And yet, look at how easily you discredited mine. Not that I care why they chose him. So, we have the face, we have that shield on the back. There's a shield on his back. I wonder if that's supposed to mean that his back is covered. Lang C says, those with a shield on their back deflect all enemies behind them. It means that he's ready for a blindside attack that may come his way. And Lang, there's no need to attach over complex meanings to such a simple thing. Ha! You didn't seem to get Lang's sayings, so I was just explaining it to you. The thing itself is what I was referring to when I said overly complex, you know. So, is it on the bottom? Well, that's a rather big soot-covered stain. Also, is that a handprint? What do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, forensics guy. I want results on the fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? Hey, Lang. I have the analysis results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Barbalese embassy? The prints belong to him, Mr. Manikoshin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? Well, it would explain how one of the knives got in here. You wouldn't exact if there was a secretariat, well, if there was a secretary of an embassy visiting on a formal basis, especially with all of that going on in the same building, that would be a reason to potentially at the very least leave this embassy unchecked or without any further check for potential smuggle of weaponry. And him being from the other embassy, I highly doubt they'd check their own people. Which would mean, well, that is the reason why this knife had been brought over. We don't exactly know the deeper reasoning behind all of that, but if he brought a knife into the other embassy, it may or may not have been as part of the smuggling ring, considering those knives are unique to themselves. And that could cause a lot of money to be handed over. Oh, sorry, I needed to check on something. No, that's impossible. Each Primidoc statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Koshin's fingerprints are on this one, leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primidoc statue. Possible? It can't be. Larry never once set foot on Bubbly's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an alabastian knife in Babal. And the masked second was killed on alabastian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. And it's to be continued. What an annoyance. Well, nothing of you or something alike, but I start to get back into the groove of it, having, well, left my former tiredness behind, it seems, and now, of all the times, I get to a point where I could swap out. May as well continue here. So, apparently there's quite a lot to this case left to go. Bum 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 bum. I wonder, should I continue or not? If any one of you has some input, would be an idea to share this with me. Though, of course, there isn't exactly a real necessity for doing that. Yeah, let me just continue. I mean, it's not exactly like I have too much to lose here, except for a few more yawning streaks in the middle of it, should it come to this. So, onwards we tread through all of this. March 14th, 9:21 PM, open air stage. I've left the Mask's second investigation to Francesca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! And there they are. So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? We've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out the investigation on both sides, sir. Good, in that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Yeah. Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. No. And if I don't, I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to a Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Sealed Samurai was a fake. A Sealed Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by a fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed, remaining evidence has been rearranged. Boop, 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 boop. A ladder. Actually, it's a step ladder. They're exactly the same thing. No way. From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of a ladder is a rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around, after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Bags full of cement are stacked up here. I suppose they're for renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. That was a pretty good play on words there. Ah, gummy! Don't randomly jump into our dialogues like that. Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, it's not like that, sir. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest Great Thief show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. Did my yawning really just return? How's this possible? You're not going back to Alabas already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. There is a sign here warning passerbys to take precaution around the renovation site. They are really going all out, huh? There's construction going on everywhere. I believe Ambassador Paleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors. But But what can they do with all the new stuff they are building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Miss Edgeworth? How about transforming it into a courthouse? Hey, be serious! But I was being serious. So, Mr. Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth. You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Oh, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got something really interesting from Ambassador Paleno. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir. Wow, that's so pretty, I'm jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So, apparently, if you burn a special white crystal oil that they only make in Babal, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal, should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy! What about these silhouettes? They stuck some cute cutouts on the outside of the lantern, so it projects these messages. Oh, silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting all the fun stuff? Oh, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. Ah, I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as an assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Well, the lantern oil will be of extreme relevance. After all, when it comes to a lot of stuff including the documents. White crystal oil is a core component of Babalian ink, so if we consider that it has been smuggled or used during smuggling, we will find a lot of green flames. So, what's up with Paleno? So you're back, are you, Miss Edgeworth? You must be tired here. With these you can eat whatever you like. Once again, the coupons. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. So, about the open air stage. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight over the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Many told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Koshin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech on my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Can you tell me more about these statues? Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primidoc statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabas and Babal used to be one country called Cadopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primidoc statues belong to the founders. The Primidoc statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed onto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty when you think about it though, I suppose. But if Alabas and Babal were to re-establish relations, should that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I've no reason to believe so. The Primidoc statue is even more important now, as it as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Yeah, probably. One would assume that there's a lot going on though, considering that the smuggling ring and the involvement of Manikoshin was already a long time going, even prior to Codopia splitting. There is a chance that the splitting of the country may have had occurred as a side effect of a blunder on the smuggling ring side. After all, if they had produced multiple replicas and accidentally two of them got in two of them were left behind, or maybe a replica and the original were left behind. Well, that would cause some turmoil, especially if nobody is to examine them, though that, if two families, so to speak, were to try and lay claim to the throne on account of being the ones to hold the statue, and both statues were fake, well, that would have been reason for both to not have them examined. However, that then opens up the question as to where the statue was, the original, has gone. Well, let's check up on what he has to say about the victim of the murder, or one of the murder victims at least. Ambassador Paleno, there's one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manikoshin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If I was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose is going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Koshin had a very sharp mind. Recently, many had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things are turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Honestly, because we have an update on it, and that it's most likely part of the Babalis secretary's office, meaning that this statue may have come from them. That is an increasingly important thing, and most likely something I have to show him. Ambassador Paleno, if you would please take a look at this for me. The Primidoc statue sitting in the Alabas right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Frankama about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primidoc statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your office is currently in your country's possessions. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And if it is definitely Alabas statue. I know because it's a real statue. And you're saying that Babal's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Yeah, that is a very interesting question. However, with those things already being known, I guess... well... the whole thing would come out eventually anyway, especially with the statue being part of a murder case. Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just hollow gold. Is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what is important. I'm right thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what happened. And so, one lengthy explanation and potentially a word-by-word reenactment of Wendy Oldback's tirade later. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal's just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and finding things that that enter either of the countries. Meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the other countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is a person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagrasu? In one way or another, the Yatagrasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagrasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden of the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of the boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. Yeah, welcome, whoever joined. At least that's what That's where I heard the other glass had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Once again, welcome. Welcome to you all. Wait! Before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. That looks like a guitar pick. What is it? Ah, apparently I'm spot on, at least on the same page as Kay. My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There is a little water on it. But how did the water get on it? Doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet. It could get wet from around here. Well, we know that there was also the theater appearance of the German ninja, so I say it's a good chance that this pig is part of the ninja's ensemble. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. The guitar pick has been added to my overall organizer. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. What did Kay find? Miss Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's Miss Hugh's perfume. It's a bottle that a woman left behind, and that I found 7 years ago. Well, that's an old bottle of perfume. I thought that one day it'll be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold onto it for you. Yeah, that was a key piece of another rather convoluted investigation. Yeah. Yeah. Noises you can make. Alright, so Monsieur's perfume has been jotted down. So it appears I may need to visit the Rose Garden. They're having a real time of cleaning up after the fire. I suppose we should stay out of here and investigate the stage some more then. Well, just looking at the scaffolds makes me want to climb them. It would also be a rather easy way of getting up to the roof. I wonder, would the roof be a place where you could cross over between the countries? We know the big-ass wall in between the courtyard sides, but we don't yet know if that is also expanded upon on the roof. I recommend you do not try. There was a fire burning here until not too long ago. Yeah, but I think enough time has passed, it should be alright. Thief Child says, if there is a height to be scaled, then scale it you must. Starting from Thief Child, would you care to explain what you just said? Well, let's see. Doodly-doo, sprinting down a hallway. Doodly-doo, asking for entry. I think I'll be returning to an investigation in Alabas for now, but... I know, I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigation there. March 14th, 9:58 PM, Rose Garden. I could have gone into the theater at that point, couldn't I have. And I may have squandered my chance to do that. Well, go me, I guess. It is the Rose Garden. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Of course, it's Francesca. How are things in Babal? Although I can't say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manikoshin's death hasn't really progressed and... Oh, that's Edgeworth. The investigation into Manikoshin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagrasu has. Ah yes, the Yatagrasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, can't fault her for that after all. There is a rather heavy set of security. However, somewhere either there's something that has been ignored or a backdoor, so to speak, that has been unlocked. We already know there are a few secret passageways that may have been on a symmetrical side, so who's to say that if there may or may not be one between the two sides as well? Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where the witness claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That is correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. Shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire in the Babalese embassy, and the Yatagarasu started. No, a fire in the embassy, the Yatagarasu started. I'm once again stumbling upon my words. Maybe I should really swap over to something more explosive. I vow to not leave a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Rose Garden investigation started. Do. So what do we have? We have multiple statues. We have the rose bushes as well as the decorative well. Or would this be considered a pond? Or would this be considered a fountain? Honestly, let's just examine it to have the exact data. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal levels. Which suggests the pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case. Curious indeed. Oh, that opens also another place of contention. If water for a sprinkler system or something is taken from these pools, then having a fire or any anomaly requiring vast quantities of water immediately, well, what would happen? It would be drained for it. On account of that, such a place would be rather perfect under the right circumstances to hide a secret passageway. Oh, also there's Larry. How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump in to a pool and swim around for fun? Honestly, with Larry and what he has brought to cases in completely other situations, it wouldn't exactly be far-fetched for him to just randomly jump into a pool of water while costumed as something. He did almost, cause a rather catastrophic event by accidentally causing people to think they saw a sea monster. Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son. I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he's around here when I last saw... You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? I'm sure he's not talking about a real son of his. I'm very much certain he's talking about the prop child of the Steel Samurai. Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first time I've heard of a son. Who exactly is a mother? A mother? Oh, that chick. The pink princess. The pink princess.
Hold it!
Miss von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yup! Because I'm the Steel Samurai, through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry. We have not seen hide or hair of the Iron Infant, but rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now, get out of there. Sounds good! In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very fast swinging around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Is it possible that the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not! They are rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright. I'll wake you out of your stupor. Yay! Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. For real. Yeah. All I tried to do was offer up the possibility, and this is what I get. So, that is a unified piece of evidence. The pool seems to be one as well. So, let's see. We have another statue here. One that's very much on the style of imposing, I guess. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue. The plaque says King Primadux and the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadux was actually the person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like a Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there is that too. There's some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by your color. One color per location. I see, it is that hedge I have just examined. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed up together like this. Can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I'd better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. For all the people to comment on the proper balance of things. Yeah, the one person who swings around a whip at literally everything. Well, not everything she wouldn't dare damage her with, but everyone she disagrees with. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador's also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who would speak at assemblies. Well, then we have this stage. So, this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely. However, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such poor planning. If there was no place other than a spot or two by the pool, they really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in the court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with this. So, in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes. Although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Well, on that note, I just had a thought. We did get this, lantern, despite not necessarily having the right flame, but there is a chance that, a modified lantern of that was used in order to throw the Yatagrasu shade onto this wall. Well, in any case, let's talk to a guy with probably the most extravagantly over-complicated sunglasses in all of existence. Wait. No, you can do a lot worse than this, but they are certainly a special kind of interesting. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a red light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Sorry. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Just 1 second. Need some water and a bit of salt in order to keep a proper balance, as we are here with balance and all of that. Also, for some reason, I like the taste of salt. Just straight up salt. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Huh. Seems both embassies want to get this over with as quickly as possible. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out, screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? It appears we may have, at least to an extent, gotten into his good graces. Well, what can you tell me about the Yatagarasu appearance? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So, naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright, with my own two eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But then the spotlights were turned on for the Ambassador Alba's speech. A shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. The next second the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. Yeah, it's most likely a shaped cutout that was used here. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged an extension cord of all the outdoors electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain. The Yatagarasu was here. So, you're saying that basically all you saw was a thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
And there is Francesca once again. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Good thinking, sis. You just may be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. So let's see if we can enter. Apparently not, so either we have all the pieces in terms of logic. Oh no, not all of it. There's no returned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in the way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Woo-wee. But that did not give us any additional evidence, so Yeah, either we have to logic something or we have to give Lang something to think about. Let's see if we can logic something. No, definitely not. So we need additional data, either from this side, from the connecting port, or well, from Agent Lang. Let's see. What did we get as part of it? Right. If he's hunting for the Yatagarasu, this may very well be an extremely important piece of evidence related to him. Agent Lang, I'd like your opinion on this piece of evidence. Are you joking? You're asking for my opinion? Our mutual goal is to search for the truth, in which case, wouldn't cooperation be our best? Langxi says, only cooperate with those you can trust. Sorry, but I'm not one to place my trust in you prosecutor scum so easily. I take that as a no. Okay, so despite it, he wouldn't even hurt it. When it comes to throwing shadows, however, we do have the silhouette lantern. We do have something related to those flowers. So, let's give him a bit of a souvenirs idea. And Lang, apparently this is as of now unrelated. However, unless I do have something I can show him. Right, there's counterfeit bills. Honestly, I could ask him about them. He'll probably just default to the default again, but... Yeah, he'll most likely default to default again, but there are a few things I could ask about, and those are definitely related. Agent Lang, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. If we follow the trail that this piece leads us down, we'll eventually get to the truth. In that case, then, why don't we cooperate and help one another? No can do. I can't just trust someone working as a prosecutor that easily. Okay, so I will most likely be able to talk with him about it, but... well, not yet at least. So have I misjudged something severely? Because it could be that Francesca had something important to say, or I simply don't know the right thing to say to him. Yes. Investigation. Tonight in this very rose garden, the Alabastian ambassador, Cracus Alva, was to give a commemorative speech. A very key commemorative speech at that. And including Agent Lang. The security detail was very tight. But as if to mock our efforts, the Yatagarasu appeared. And then, just like that, the thief vanished and starts a fire at the Babalese embassy. Interesting. And are you sure it was the Yatagarasu who appeared here? Of course. But to have slipped by such tight security, and then disappeared into thin air. We will need to conduct a very thorough investigation of this area. Yes, my thoughts exactly. In order to find the truth behind what happened here, I should start by gathering as much information as I can. So is there something I can still look at somewhere around? Can't go onto the stage. Can't really go here. Nothing I can sneak behind. There is? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Premidax. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made a leap to that. Well, apparently that was the last piece I needed. The sudden appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origins. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now, let's hear. What do you know on this subject? What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu? Boom, boom, boom. A hunched over person with a lot of shrubbery surrounding it, I guess. Well, King Premidax's statue is in the right pose at least in order to somewhat look like it. He does lack a bit of added detail, so to speak, but if the light were to fall correct, we would have about half the about half a shadow as it was cast. Suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by the statue? Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue has absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct. However, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the form that casts the Yatagarasu's shadow? Well, there would of course be to expand upon the massively woven part of its cloak that could be this, well, something similar to this at least. Or maybe it could have been a form of shrubbery, but I can't target the shrubbery. So, let's try it.
Take that!
Francesca, you can take a look at this. Don't you find it a bit it is a standard answer, so it's not that. As I thought. But you see, I was merely testing you just now. We have no time to waste on your pompous talk, so get on with your explanation already. Yay! I guess Francesca just couldn't understand my point. I need to think this through again. Now, the Yatagarasu shadow. There's really only one thing that can explain how it was cast and how it must be. Well, one I'm still sure this one is part of it. Of course, the fallen over lights are paramount to this. After all, at least somewhere it had to have come from. And we need a bit more on the shrubbery side in order to have the cloak be completed. So, yeah. I'd say these things are very much closely related.
Take that!
I either have hit the wrong thing, or for some reason those floodlights are completely irrelevant to it. Wait. I did have that problem once before. Can I? Yes, I... Come on. I can go over to the other side. Of course I can. Well, there is the other statue. When combined, all of that makes a very much complex shadow arrangement. So, It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow was made from the shadows of those two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when I guess when panic state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, I believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu shadow. Well, that's a bit on the far-fetched side on account of additional lighting sources. That would have been an incredibly powerful light source in relation to the others to even have a chance of doing that. Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, we set up the spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primidux and the battlefield. A shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of a stage. Likewise, if we set up a spotlight on the queen who spoke love to King Primidux, a silhouette would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Aha! So, if we were to combine those two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francesca. The way the light needs to be shown on the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the King's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of the statue. Only one part. Yes, that part alone is enough to fill the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the Queen's statue was used to complete the shadow? Well, considering of the feathery shape with a lot of pointed things, I'd say only her hand would have been seen on this, though that is some interestingly precise placement in that case.
Take that!
Well, spotlight placement. Think back to what's missing from our shadow. 5 long thin areas, right? Now, what does that remind you of? Aha! That's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francesca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. Well, it would at least be closer to this. Though that's a bit on the overly exaggerated pathway, especially since that sword is, well, bent in the shadow. It's... yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after the people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that he visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. Well, in theory, the ambassadors themselves could very well be, well, part of it all, considering that those two have a lot to lose. How's the investigation going? Yeah, it's bad. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder and agent lacked charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I've got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure. But you may regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So, if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. Journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelancer. Cameraman. This photo is the photo I got from her. Oh, it's that one. What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. The times they are changing. Not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floor. Right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see from the embassy from. That you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. That picture is vastly too small to be the Yatagarasu, at least if the Yatagarasu is a human. However, that very much looks like it could be a bundle of something. Blur in the picture took her off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Two, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalese embassy, so I should start from there. Francesca, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. Oh. Well, if it was immediately after the fire, something may have been flung over within a bundle of some sort. If that was a heavy object and or heavy enough object, it could have sunk to the ground within this large pool of water. That would have put the culprit into, or one of the culprits, into a rather precarious situation where they would have to fish it out as soon as possible. Question is, would the water of this pool have been used in order to somehow get a fire under control, or was it used in another way? I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Miss Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yeah, let's. Let's see, what do we have here? Apparently me yawning is the start of it. Those are some nice flowers. I wonder who they are from. Gateway Imperial Hotel. Gateway Imperial Hotel. Where's this, Miss Edgeworth? It's an ultra-luxurious hotel that sponsors the Steel Samurai series. I've been there once to investigate a case. Oh, so what kind of case was it? I believe it was related to the Nickel Samurai and the Jamming Ninja. Oh, I remember reading about that. You must be the head of the Steel Samurai affairs down at the prosecutor's office, huh? I should think that even you can figure that such an office does not exist, Kay. It's the national flag of Alabast. And it features the country's flower crest. Comparing the knife to the crest is apparent. The knife was extremely well crafted. Yeah, every detail of the flower is there on the knife's handled flower. In my professional opinion, this knife is worth quite a bit of money. Okay, that's a very valuable piece of evidence. I know that. You're going to use this to find and steal the truth, right? Suppose you could put it that way. Now then, let's continue investigating. We saw the show just beyond these doors, but it's been quite a number of hours now. Mr. Edgeworth, have I ever told you that you talk like an old fogey? Apparently a fogey is something. Well, I was merely reminiscing. Is that such a crime? So what's this from? These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the newspaper the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What is his name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. I've underestimated the power of my my powers of recollection. It's a national flag of Babal, and it features the country's butterfly crest. Using a butterfly as a national crest makes Babal just seem so cute. It goes along perfectly with Ambassador Palermo's smiling face. What about the flower of Alabast? Well, by the looks of Ambassador Alba, it almost seems like the poor flower needs to be watered. I suppose an ambassador does the face of a country, but Kay is being too literal about it. Huh. So, entering once again into this side of it. A variety of tools are laid out. I assume they are for the renovation work. Hey, it's a wheelbarrow! What did she... Wheelbarrow. You mean a real barrow. And it makes so much more sense my way. Ancient people probably wheeled barrels, right? I highly doubt that's where the word came from. Just let me have one for once, okay? What? Nope. I did want to examine the surrounding area here. So let's see if I can enter again. Yes, I'm allowed to. March 14th, 10:37 p.m. Bubbly's Embassy. East of Bubbly's Secretariat's office. I just noticed the time, I guess, well, soon enough I will need to stop my stream. Oh, we'll see. To think after all that running around, we are right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palano, but I have yet to find his killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who's only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Palano. Sorry, that was my microphone I accidentally displaced just now. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile to Miss Faraday's face, then I gladly answer anything. Oh, thank you, Mr. Palano. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palano. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we are going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room to the room before and after fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into the room, the person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet the person I was chasing is Mr. Koshan's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Monsieur is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman is almost definitely Mr. Koshan's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bat. Uncle Bat? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes. He has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all those years. Uncle Bat. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kinda looked like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing a fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. And this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left it off. There are quite a few interesting ideas to investigate. For example, there's a good chance that either this broken flag or well, anything related to textiles could have been something flung out of the window. And in turn have caused that photo. There's also another matter. We do know that there are secret passageways, and at least one we found. So, there is a relevant chance that this fireplace may also have a similar secret to it. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Two? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. Still can't believe that we found that lace undershirt in a fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside, and we could play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot, I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Miss Edgeworth. I'm not allowed to check for secret passageways, it seems. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started, examining everything. Well, I won't rest until I've inspected everything. Let's see, let's start with a chair. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job as a great thief. Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. Yep, that would incriminate you. I guess we have some Barbalese ink here. There's a bottle of Barbalese ink on Mr. Koshian's desk. And it looks like there's a lot of ink left inside. The seal's unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Plano, it looks like your precious Barbalese ink is alright after all. What? That's odd! Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? I guess I can ask him further stuff, but I can also collect additional evidence here, so... So, I guess the embassy phones are all just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? Thought that Babal would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from a flower base. In any country, if any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think? Oh. Then maybe the phone I envisioned could have been from when there were Cordopia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Miss Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. Yep, probably. Though he does work rather well with logic. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. I see. Ah, A most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are, or of where the treasures are located had been burned. Huh. Maniko Shan. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a name plate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. I think maybe it also that to remind you of your own name, if you forget. Either way, I know it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on your desk. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Baba sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one with my own. You could call it the Great Thief Coupon. What kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons about right now. Yeah, I already had that just now. Nope. Huh, there still is something. It would appear that the desk also fell victim to the flames. It doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through the drawers a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. Well, what do we have here? This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose it must be another souvenir from somewhere. It seems that the contents of the drawer survived the fire rather well. Now, that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in there, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, do you want a pencil? Do I have anything I can relate to that? Not quite yet, it seems. Or maybe I have and I just don't see it, but we know there are other things to inspect here, as well as to talk to. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Edgeworth? You can see it from here. It was over on the 5th floor. That's where the Mask II was killed. What? You don't mean the Mask II? Oh, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Well, even though the Mask II was merely an imposter of the original. Well, this safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You can tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to this safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promises of treasures within. Go you. Or go safe in that case. Be safe. Go on. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. It appears that Mr. Koshan's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left of the tale of his murder. Well, he wanted to talk with us, so let's see what Palermo has to say. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are we talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight. Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires at the Babalese embassy tonight. What the bother all of that was? Well, 2 fires that may change things. Right. But the only fire we know about is the one after the Jamming Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jamming Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theatergoers, we decided to keep it internal. And the fire after the Jamming Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly! So, the fire witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, did Detective Bat make a reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floor. Right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. That would mean that the time frame of this photo suddenly shifted dramatically. I suppose this means that the photo was taken again just after the first fire was put out. The photo of the Yasugasu data has been updated. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above that caused it. That's how, should I put it, a very bad stroke of luck. My office is on the 5th floor, Manny's office is here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. So, time frames shifting is rather important in that case. Oh, I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Paleno. Oops. Look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Koshen's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well, let's see. I've been quite busy all day, from morning until now. First I woke up and then brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. So, what did Mr. Koshen and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jamming Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up the office. His office? So you helped clean Mr. Koshen's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Primidax statue and the Babalese knife sets are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying thing didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we were no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been the real pain, though. How about that? I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without many here to get angry at me. An ambassador like you has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, well, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Barbaley's ink on the back wall where I, uh, I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with the most respect. Talk about a boss getting bossed around. I guess I do have a few additional data points now. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Oh, at the afternoon then. Big yawn. Now then, if you tell me what you and Mr. Kushen did this afternoon. Oh, well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai show. After the show started, we went to my office on the 5th floor alone. So, they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in a photo op on stage at the end of the show. Sorry. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us. Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with this jamming ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second fire, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. Oh, you didn't see Mr. Koshan again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. Next time I saw him, he was laying there in eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palermo, thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Oh no, that ink. Why was it so notable here? I wonder if you may tell me what you noticed about Mr. Koshin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during his second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, wood crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. Bubbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So, that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. If the flames were big enough prior to the fire, and how did he have... Oh, well, yes, of course, if he was part of the first fire, and its containment then that could have left some scorch marks on him. What exactly was it that caught fire in here? Interestingly enough, it's the charred remains of the falling ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of those before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking about a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Huh. So, either we have some logic to attend to, or maybe the contradiction on the desk. Grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabaster. That clock has been with us since back when we were still Cardopia. That's one big clock. Does this one have a bird that pops out and like a cuckoo clock? I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime. Really? It's going to be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then. Is it that time already? Time sure flies when I'm involved in an investigation. It's not that late. The night's only just begun. Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know. Yes, Gramps. So, let's see. Did I acquire logic? Well, the renovations aren't exactly too closely connected to the fireplace, and I don't have a way of connecting the fireplace to anything, so... So, let's see, what do I have, considering I need something to base something on. There is, of course, the knife handle. The murder itself, of course. Where are the passion flowers? Oh, I see. This is not a scrap of something, it's part of that notebook. And I guess that is in contrast. Also, the deduction I can make here.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right! What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes! That notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palermo, I wonder if you may recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see in that case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabaster. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Damask II? Then this note? Yes, it was a request from Mr. Koshen for Damask II to steal the Primidox statue. What? Manny? Tried to steal Alabaster Primidox statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Koshen? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. can't believe that many would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? Yes, one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. I guess he wanted to make sure that Babal held the true option, well, the true insignia of royalty. I believe that you said you may have an idea as to why Mr. Koshin hired the Mask II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's events. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fires here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Baba's statue, well, it was a replica. And did Mr. Koshin know about Baba's primitive statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something to you once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. I'll be alright. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure the ambassador of the reunited Cadopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Koshin. Mr. Koshin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all of that to ensure that you are the next Cadopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I suspect he had ulterior motives in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information I requested? Yup, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, okay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you after all. What's all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now, we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective. Ours was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow. You two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bet. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamics just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagarasu just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answer, okay? However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet! So, what now, Miss Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, was it? Take that thing and call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Little Thief? Heh. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. It seems there are other things beside what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. Possible that we may find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well. Oh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the true power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I input. Really, this is certainly one interesting device you have, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we returned our investigation. And sadly, with me coming up to about a 5-hour mark, I suspect it's also a good timing for me to, well, end this session here. Let me go here, save this. Now then, let's just blind your vision a bit. After all, it's not like you right now need to see this. Okay,